Everyone. Yes, my name is Mugambwa Owen Paul, and I work with the Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, CITINI Uganda, under the Climate Change and Africa's Energy Transition thematic area.
My name is Xavier Nyindo Mugumya. I am a consultant retained by Emily, but attached to Forestry Sector Support Department, the Red Plus Secretariat.
Billy Sindivisa is my name, and I work with the Ecological Social Organization.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Albert Trijuche. I'm a consultant with Emily. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kemigisha Edna, and I'm doing my internship at the Ministry of Water and Environment. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good morning. I'm called Maria Muhechi. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sophie Brenda Namonye. I am a Climate Change Officer at the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, Gerard Viona, Head of Natural Resources. Thank you.
Good morning, Daphne Kamuntu. I'm a private legal practitioner.
Good morning, I'm called Margaret Harikondera, the District Natural Resources Officer, Chekekwa.
Good morning, I'm Kalango Eseza. I work with Climate Change Department, Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, I'm Amajo Irene Ayatu, working with Ministry of Water and Environment and the Climate Change Department.
Okay. There are some people that have not introduced. Did I miss the introductions? The registration desk.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Kawala Miriam. I work with Emily.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kruthum Nampima. I work with Emily.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Viola Lugo. I work with Emily.
Okay, and my name is Christine Mbatosa. I also work with Emily. Today's agenda, we're supposed to begin with a word of prayer. Yesterday, we went through the regulations, and today we're supposed to have part of the regulation, but it was all presented yesterday. So today we are just going to do a recap and also have a presentation on the NDCs. But before we proceed, I want to request a volunteer to lead us in a word of prayer. Please. Yes, Imelda.
Let's humble ourselves for the prayer. Lord Jesus, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gift of life, and we thank you for the journey mercies for all of us who are here and those who are yet to come. We pray that you send us your spirit to guide us in whatever we are doing, so that we may be in position to serve our country in the way we are expected to. In Jesus' name, I've prayed.
Amen. Thank you so much, Imelda. We are going to go through a recap of what transpired yesterday. I am waiting for the presentation. Emma, the presentation. Pardon? So I have been guided. I will not be presenting the recap, but we are going to do a participatory way. Yesterday, we were taken through the regulations. Some of you already have the hard copies, and now we know the different parts that make up the regulations. And we heard of the roles and the responsibilities of the different stakeholders. We had representatives from the Climate Change Department doing this presentation. So I will invite each one of us voluntarily to share your takeaways from yesterday's session. Whoever is ready, you can please raise your hand and share something of what you learned yesterday, knowing that this is a familiarization workshop on the climate change mechanisms, focusing on the carbon regulations, carbon frameworks, carbon market frameworks, and how we are going to be guided as we do the carbon trading. Okay. Yes, Melda.
I'm going to say the last instead of the first. What I remember clearly, we were guided in the regulations that once you are given the permission or to start operating and you don't operate, it is cancelled after 1 year. And then they told us everything the minister has to decide according to the regulations. That's what I remember, but the others, let others also tell
Okay,
me.
that is what remembers. If there is any objection to what she's saying, is everything supposed to be done by the minister? Yes, okay.
Thank you. I remember that the commissioners also had particular roles they had to do, and it was emphasized by the Commissioner Climate Change. But I also recall that as local governments, you're supposed to recommend the proponents for projects, and our recommendations are not just a mere signing of a letter, but it alludes to the feasibility studies, the locations, because the ministry people sometimes do not know the actual locations, so they base on like what we have given. And something that was, for us in local governments, we don't go to the COPs. We don't. But all the work is done in the local governments, So it was interesting for me to pick the Paris Agreement issues, Article 6.2, 6.8, and I think 6.4, the fact that you can have agreements. In our local government, some of us have never heard of the carbon trading things in our local government. So whether we don't have wetlands or forests, we don't know of any projects that the ministries have worked with us. So I learned that we can trade these things voluntarily, and it was good learning for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There we capture the role of the district local governments. Okay.
Thank you very much. I got to understand that there are different actors in this whole process, including the verifiers, the ministries, yes, the proponents, but there are also procedures that we follow when we are trying to effect this whole system, like the request for participation, yes, participation, approvals, and authorizations. But one thing I realized is that tools, yes, had been disseminated, and also the tools like the MRV system needs to be taken down to the local government, because the local government may want to trade to participate. So it would be prudent if that system came down to the local government. Then I also realized in the presentation, I also realized that to safeguard our communities, we need to build the capacity of the local government team to measure carbon gases, because the proponents are dealing directly with our communities, and we need to safeguard them. I really thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. You're emphasizing the building capacity of the district local governments, but also taking the tools at the lower level.
Thank you so much. Yesterday, among others that I got from the presentations and the regulations with the mechanisms, I came to learn that in applying, the applications will be submitted at the ministry, and this should be in hard copy or soft copy. But then the lesson that I learned from there, or something that trickled my mind, was like, okay, what if someone is not incapable of traveling all through to the ministry's office? What happens? Then in some sessions, I came to ask myself, what if I am not conversant with the computers, the technology? What will happen? So those are the areas where I had some concerns, and I was almost saying some may benefit much than others, looking at the technology. And there is where there was a chart, sort of a table, which had to, when they are examining the applicants, there is where I saw technology and it had some marks. And I'm like, is every Ugandan having the same capacity in terms of these technologies? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Penina. Those concerns are taken note of. You please speak.
Thank you. I was very much touched about when the developer has been given a letter of no objection, the activities it does after the getting letter of objection. He has to carry out a project design document, then it does a feasibility study. It does consultational consults with the different stakeholders, and where necessary, has to carry out an Asia. And also, the second part where I was much interested in is when his document has been approved, but with under other circumstances, the commissioner or the commissioner then disqualifies him, that there is chance for appeal. Either if the commissioner is the one who canceled the approval, then he has to appeal the minister. And once the minister also cancels the authorization, then the developer has to appeal to the High Court. Thank you.
Do you? Okay. Xavier.
Thank you. I also remember something from the commissioner to the local governments. And he said that the mother act gives the responsibility to the local governments to prepare the climate change action plans. And that if those action plans were prepared, they would include the costs for doing activities like these ones. And he also mentioned that if they wanted resources to prepare those plans, then they could use their current, there is a section in the circular which normally has environment and climate change. And that if those resources were received, they could use those resources to prepare the concepts for preparing the action plans for the districts of climate change. And that would open a lot of avenues for resources for climate change at the district level.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for making the submission. That shows that you are now really familiar with the content in the regulations, but we know we are not only going to stop here. We shall continue to make ourselves familiar with the different sections. At this moment, we are going for break. We are going to break for tea, and then we shall have our presentation on the NDC tracking. So enjoy your breakfast for 10 minutes. How many minutes do you want? Working tea? Okay. Yeah, we can do working tea. The good thing, it is served within. So please feel free to pick a cup of tea and a bite as I invite, but then how will the presenter have the tea? Okay, so let also the presenter pick a cup of tea if he's going to have one, and then proceed with the next session. Thank you so much. Hello. And now that our presenter has had a cup of tea, I want to invite him to start the presentation. Mr. Bachika, you're welcome.
Good morning, colleagues, friends. I know we are going to go into another marathon when you're having tea, but we want to balance time also to ensure that other ongoing activities as scheduled and planned do happen. Like I told you yesterday, our program was amended. So this presentation will take us up to around midday. And from there, there'll be a team which is going to remain for the practical work on NDC accounting. So what I'm going to take you through will be an overview of NDC accounting and what is happening as far as the markets are concerned, because someone asked yesterday, yes, we see we have a good law, but how is the business moving? So we had to make some adjustments. So can we go to next slide, please? Sorry, for those who are coming today, my name is Robert Bachika, and my work is simple, is to advise on NDCs. So I'll be taking you through those few elements: importance of climate change mechanisms, progress update on Article 6, what are the challenges and barriers, then a we call it a sneak preview of NDC accounting, and then the linkages between NDC accounting and Article 6. So next, and colleagues, feel free, it is going to be an interacting session. Like we said, it's a familiarization workshop. We are not lecturing any of you, but we are exchanging ideas. So my moderator, Christine, would do, I think she will be following up with a number of you. So when yesterday we took you through the regulations, you recall we informed you that there are a variety of climate change mechanisms which were defined in the mother law. That is the National Climate Change Act, Chapter 182. And one of the climate change mechanism was the voluntary carbon markets. We also had the Article 6. We also had the compliance markets. And in the law, we said, and any other mechanism that will come, whether from government of Uganda or whether globally. The reason why that provision is there is to prevent amending the mother law simply because there is a new mechanism. But someone yesterday asked, but okay, why are we participating in these so-called carbon markets or climate change mechanisms? And we thought it would be crucial. We remind ourselves why. So one of the reasons why you see Article 6 was embedded just after RED+. For some of you who have read the Paris Agreement or who have the law, I don't know whether each of you has a copy. But if you don't have a copy, then we would ensure that we make arrangements such that also you have a hard copy of the Climate Change Act. But in the framing of the Paris Agreement, for some of you have seen it, Article 5 is RED Plus. And RED Plus, as all of you know, it is an incentive. It is an incentive to make sure that we reduce deforestation and degradation. Now, just after RED Plus, Article 6 is the cooperative approaches. Now, Article 6 being cooperative approaches, one of their main purpose or their objectives is to enable countries that intend to implement their NDCs. And for developing countries like Uganda, we look at these voluntary cooperative approaches defined in Article 6 to help us leverage our NDC implementation by ensuring that, one, they can serve as means of implementation or serve as avenues where we can acquire technological support or technical assistance. So that's one of the benefits why we are participating in these cooperative approaches. Secondly, access to technology transfer. As many of you know, Uganda is not a technology hub. We are not so much high-tech compared to other countries. But the reason you are seeing why we are now accessing more solar panels and even the price of solar has reduced, that is the form of how we are accessing that technology. Someone will say, but we are accessing finished products. Yes, you never had them. But now at least you are doing what? You are accessing them. Here, my colleague Justin from Ministry of Energy has a stove which costs 3 million. Smokeless. It has so many good things, but it's a technology. Many of us, the stoves we use, you know. When you die, we go in your village, we put stones, we put firewood, we cook food. Okay? So there is now new technology on the market. And all that is coming in because of such mechanisms. Attract private sector investment. As you know, Uganda, as we say, we are a private sector-led economy. But when I recall, I think in 2009, when we were booming issues of climate change, all of us were pretending to understand what we were saying. No one really saw a key role for private sector, if I'm to say. But in the run-up for the first NDC, the INDC, in 2014, 2015, we saw a clear role of private sector. Today, I'm happy to inform we are talking of private sector-led climate finance. We're talking of private sector in energy. We're talking of private sector in agriculture. We're talking of private sector in waste. And this attracting private sector is because there is a market. They are seeing a market which they want to trade in. Sustainable development core benefits. One of the ultimate objectives of the UNFCCC convention is to stabilize greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. But the overrider is you will continue to eradicate poverty because they know You cannot adapt when you are poor. I don't think there is any of you who can adapt if you don't have some resources. And then you have to continue to make sure that food security is guaranteed. But remember, the framers of the UNFCCC in 1992 had to emphasize all this, that much as you want to stabilize greenhouse gases, poverty shouldn't be forgotten. Food should remain a pillar. And now that we have expanded the Sustainable Development Goals from the Millennium Development Goals, how many are they now, Anthony? 13, 17. 17. So there are these other core benefits from sustainable development. And if you have your regulation, there is a sustainable development criteria where every project proponent is going to be assessed on how you are responding to that criteria. It has a number of parameters. So that is in the spirit of ensuring that as we are participating in these climate change mechanisms, what are some of the benefits we can accrue? There are others which I have not mentioned, but I thought these would be critical for your information. Because yesterday someone said, okay, you have told us what the regulation is, but the question is, why are we participating in these things? Why don't we just put a tax on carbon? That discussion is going on. We had a discussion with Ministry of Finance and the World Bank, where they wanted to put a tax on cattle. You know, in this, when you talk of taxing agricultural products, Imelda and team will come for your neck. So the tax on cattle got problems. We became a bit wiser. We wanted also to tax a liter of hydrocarbons. You know, they are giant private sector you don't joke with. That one also had a natural death. Now, economic instruments like taxation, because it is easy. Now, like the president is going to read for you the budget, is a matter of adding you new taxes. You can even call it a levy. But now, because you know we are at the peak of taxation in Uganda, bringing a new tax, you might cause macroeconomic problems in this country. So this is why we are moving towards the longer carbon pricing instruments like these climate change mechanisms, or what we are calling carbon markets. They take long to mature as opposed to a tax, because the tax today, you decide on it, the next thing you just open a portal URA where all of you now will be charged. But carbon markets, you need to build capacity. You need to build institutions. You have seen that some of even have joined the crediting program standards. Adrian was here yesterday working with Plan Vivo. There are some who are now understanding art trees. You are building that indigenous egonious capacity. And these are some of the benefits we get when we are participating in these climate change mechanisms. Next, please feel free to interject when I'm taking this speed. Now, someone said, okay, is Uganda's law coming today, but what is the status? What is happening on these things, especially Article 6? And yesterday, the Assistant Commissioner Adaptation and Mitigation, and Irene told you the negotiations on carbon credits on Article 6 are still ongoing. I am happy to inform that I think in 2010, I used to carry Xavier's bag whenever we are going for the Red Plus, negotiations. And it has taken almost 10 years to really realize these markets, they become functional. But the negotiations haven't stopped. Irene yesterday told you the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, among the things it also agreed was to advance afforestation programs, but also the rules under the party-to-party cooperation are almost done. But as you know, there are some elements which are still not yet resolved. For example, if a developing country like Uganda gave US half of its ITMOs, which would apply to its NDC, and later we realize that if these ITMOs are used by US, we will not be able to report also on our commitment in the NDC. Can we revoke? Can we say, please return back my things? So currently the negotiations as they are moving, it is now a fact that Article 6 is a voluntary. Please note the word. It is a voluntary. No one forces you. You go there willingly. So it is a voluntary cooperation which allow countries to cooperate on emission reductions. But this time, through trading. It is different from CDM, like Irene told you. CDM was one-sided. Developing countries did not have a say on CDM. Once a project developer came to you and you gave green light, that was the first time and the end. This time, in Article 6, the discussion continues from when you start up to when you are retiring these credits. The good news, because I've spent the last 15 years negotiating climate finance, and we look at Article 6 as one of the potential avenues to unlock almost $1 trillion by 2030. And we expect this to come from both public and private financing. As many of you know, last year we agreed on a new climate finance goal of 300 billion per year by 2030. I like the nomenclature. The nomenclature means that cumulatively, you should reach 300 billion by 2030. Many of us were annoyed because we wanted more money, but you all know everyone was expecting the worst scenario. We knew President Donald Trump was on the verge of coming in, and the US decided to abstain from negotiations on money. So the 300 billion was left to be negotiated by EU and others. But there was a promise. We have a $3 trillion roadmap. Now, on the $3 trillion roadmap, 1 trillion is expected to come from these carbon pricing instruments. And you know, like Irene told you, these are going to be forces of demand and supply. Any investor who has to come to Uganda, he needs to see guarantee. He needs the confidence. Remember, they ran away from Zimbabwe. Anyone here who knows why they ran away from Zimbabwe? You people, what kind of carbon business people are you going to be if you don't check yourselves? They ran away from Zimbabwe because Zimbabwe was asking for half of the revenue which would be generated from certified emission reduction. No one can come to do business with you when you are sharing half. So once Zimbabwe finished its regulation, that was the end of Zimbabwe's business. And you see our colleagues, the brokers, are like flies. They are flying in every country. They are making all of you consultants, trying to mine information and see whether they can have a business case. Our colleagues in Nairobi also rushed. They had put stronger things. When they saw that these guys were also running away, they amended their regulations. Tanzania has made it bureaucratic. It has given them a very complex sharing formula, including even local communities. And you see, investors don't want things which disturb their head. So Uganda, we have made it a bit attractive that you, the stakeholders, and the project developer, you will develop your benefit sharing plan. I think that is a better way. Sit on the round table. I'm bringing money. You are bringing maybe your resources. You are bringing your land. You are bringing what? And then we work out a benefit sharing plan. So the last COP, which happened in Baku, that is Azerbaijan, there was a breakthrough on cooperative agreements. That is the cooperation among governments or parties. Initially, we were thinking that authorization was on ITMOs, and now that's where the country legislation reinforces global multilateral diplomacy. So when you are participating in Article 6.2, you will have 3 levels of authorizations. You will authorize the cooperative approach. What do I mean by a cooperative approach? That is the arrangement of your trading. Some countries are doing political approaches. Many of them are doing project approaches. For example, those who are working with the Click Foundation, they're already in Ghana and they are working on project approaches in Ghana. There will be now, it's clear, authorization for ITMOs is a must. ITMOs is our mitigation outcomes. Remember, it only become an ITMO when you are transferring it outside your jurisdictions. You don't call it an ITMO when it is in Uganda. The new kid on the block is the authorization of participating entities. For example, if government of Uganda wants to participate with CANU and Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, there has to be authorization. But the lacuna which has remained in this decision, we don't know whether authorization is by both or unilateral. It remained hanging. So there's going to be authorization for the participating entities to engage in the generation, transfer, and use of ITMOs. Now, How does our regulation protect us? Uganda is one of the few countries in Africa that has come up with a law on carbon credits. And that's why you see standards are now tough. For Uganda, what we mean by authorizing participating entities, that is our first step in the regulations, where you request to participate in our climate change mechanisms. The Assistant Commissioner told you yesterday, you have to write requesting to participate, and the form is there. Because someone said, how are we going to put these things into practice? So the form requesting to participate, if you have your regulation, is Form 3. Yes, Form 3. So once you request to participate, that means you are answering COP29 outcome on authorizing participating entities. So once the minister accepts you, okay, the minister will issue you an acceptance document. And that acceptance document is the letter of what? Letter of no objection. Simply telling you, we welcome you, we are happy, and please, let's start the journey. So that means we have authorized a participating entity. We told you there are 2 books. And many of you are not asking us why the 2 books. Form 5 is the revised letter of no objection. This regulation was amended. That's why in this green book, it is regulation 29. And in this, I'm colorblind. This is what pink. My girls are the ones who tell me colors. So this is regulation 9. The amended is regulation 29. That means in between there were 20 regulations from other laws which were passed. Now, if you look at the Form 5, now the Form 5 which you are going to use, it has come to notice that a number of proponents, when they have been given letters of no objection, they have been flying them as final documents to many of you. So imagine when you come to a grandmother in Manafa and you fly her a letter with the code of she will not have the time to know whether it is an invitation letter to participate or whether it is giving this person exclusive power to do whatever he wants to do. This time, this has made it clear. Please, district natural resource officers, get to know the letter of no objection is just a clearance to start. Okay? It is just a clearance. And the provisions have been clarified on what the project proponent is going to do. This letter is granted to proceed with the preparation and acquisition of the following. 1, prepare a feasibility study. Because this is not a simple venture. It is an expensive venture. It has high cost implication. You don't need someone to just come from nowhere and then you put your resources. You need to do a feasibility. Is the technology I'm piloting feasible? We have seen cases of maladaptation. You find someone, he has gone on the top of Mountain Renzori and is putting there a solar project. n'omubuuza neyakuloga. How do you put solar on minus degrees? Really? Then you find someone is in a wetland and at the same time he's telling you he's doing a water harvesting technology. You're already in water. You see, when you monitor projects, sometimes you cry. So, first condition, do a feasibility study or a business plan. We don't want you to come and just do far. Secondly, you prepare a project design document. Now, the nomenclature has changed. When someone goes to read the rules of Article 6 and the guidance of 6.4, you won't find, we are calling it project design document. It's called the MAD, Mitigation Activity Design Document, MADD. But you know Uganda is a sovereign country. We are free to call our things the way we want. So that's the second thing. You're supposed to prepare a project design document. 3, when now you flash this letter of no objection and you go to Rebecca in Wakiso, that is the document which initiates your discussions with now the Wakiso district local government. For example, you are working there. And it's like a letter you are saying, I have come to Uganda, I intend to do this in your area. That is the letter which takes you to Justin if you are dealing in improved cookstone, such that you start discussions for her to get you a letter of recommendation. Because Ministry of Energy and the local government and others are lead agencies. 4, benefit sharing plan. Because now you are working on a project design document. So after you have finished your feasibility and others, these are some of their accompaniments. Also stakeholder consultation report. And once all of that is done, you proceed to step 4. But what am I showing you? I'm showing you how our law is answering the COP decisions. Okay? So here I'm trying to say that Ugandans were brighter. They saw already what COP was going to design. And for them, they made it clear that any participating entity must be authorized. Remember, not all countries have laws on carbon markets. So, under 6.4, 6.4 is the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, PACAM. It has a supervisory body which reports to the CMA. And the good news was all the innovativeness I think the government of Azerbaijan did. It brought the negotiators a bit early, over they were enjoying good life, and they adopted the standards which should be used under the PACAM and some of the methodologies. One of the methodologies which was actually adopted, and I think yesterday we didn't conclude that discussion, was on generating eligible removal credits. Colleagues, we have 2 types of credits. We have denser credits and removal credits. Irene explained yesterday. And she told you, removal credits sometimes generate more. They generate more value compared to avoidance. Like you hear the word avoid. Who can give me an example of avoiding? A mitigation measure which avoids emission. Right? You give us the ones we know, the easier one. An avoidance project. Why do you have forests and wetlands? Over 9,000 pipeline projects have been under development. Now here we are talking of the voluntary markets. So for you in Uganda, as you are fidgeting, there are already 9,000 pipeline projects. Okay, 9,000. They are just waiting. I am giving you a global update. One interesting thing, look at the standards where these voluntary projects are skewed. VCS, gold standard. You remember most of the standards are from NGOs. Did you know that these standards are from NGOs? These are not government standards. They are NGOs which came up with these standards. So sometimes when I hear people saying, you NGOs, you are shouting, I tell them NGOs have grown big. So these standards have had a backlash. What they have done, they have tightened their belts and they have increased scrutiny, become tough on safeguards. Those standards which have first ensured that among themselves they tighten belts. For example, for Vera now to give you its credits, that's a tug of war. Gold standard, for you are dealing in stoves, you know how rigorous it has become. Simply because they have had a backlash from international media that they are selling hot air. Communities where these investments were going have just made more poor. At the one which the Ministry of Water, Forest Sector Department we are working on with UNEP, it is subjecting us to the 7 Cancun safeguards, including ensuring indigenous peoples. How are you treating and respecting them? Yet you know very well government has not ratified ILO Convention 169. Neither does it believe in the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So obviously, there you are squaring the 000. Huh? Recently, we engaged the Ministry of Gender, Xavier, and the Ministry of Gender is using affirmative action on indigenous peoples. So that is a plus. That even though we don't have laws concerning indigenous peoples, but there is affirmative what? Affirmative action on indigenous peoples. Now we are trying to see how we support them. They come up with this affirmative action, well elaborated. Now that explains when you are complying with Art 3, who is using Cancun safeguard, how government of Uganda is taking into considerations issues of indigenous peoples. But they'll ask you, share the affirmative action. It is under development. So you can see that these standards have also tightened things. When it comes to the 6.2, that is the bilateral cooperation among governments, there are around 89 bilateral agreements which have been signed among 58 parties. And all of these have a pipeline of 286 projects. Why am I telling you all of this? To show you that we are behind the already countries which are more prepared. Many of them are now negotiating price. For you, you are thinking of developing a climate change mechanism project. These ones are now negotiating how much should I buy a ton of carbon. Remember the speculation, that's why many brokers are moving around. They want, some can offer you $5 in anticipation that if you can sell them, you have vintage credits. Have you heard this word called vintage? When I was growing, we used to sing omugole tulese muto watazaale nga tumuzaayo. No one sang omugole tulese mukadde. Vintage means the fresh credits. Those credits which are still fresh. Don't bring you credits of Roho, claiming of Jagali, and you think they are vintage. That's why you see ITMOs are running for all credits which have been generated after 2021. Okay? Yes.
Yeah, just on that very one, because it's also another question that keeps coming up. There are people who have planted the forest guys, the foresters. Someone does trees 6 years, 7 years, 10 years. I see so many of them in the movement there, and they're asking, can we participate in the carbon markets? So the question is that what time period does an individual like that gain entry to participate in or to sell carbon basically? Because these questions keep coming up. People have invested maybe 10 years ago and they had yesterday, you've launched the regulations, now they want to participate. How do you advise such people?
Thank you very much. And these are the realities people are facing. And for me as Bachika, I will tell you what I know. In my capacity as Bachika, not as government. The reason why EU has refused to buy credits, no one wants bulk supply. How many of you are farmers? I hate farming, my princess, because in Uganda, once you produce bulk, it is loss. Anything you produce in bulk is loss. People come kudondola you. They want to buy as if, you know, you didn't invest. Now, you just imagine if every country which has had a mitigation action in the last 10 years puts on the market those credits, it will be a collapse. It will be a collapse. What do you have to do in economics? Put caveats. Guys, you are in business, you are not in charity. This is a business. This is not charity. So how do you fight excess credits? Put caveat. Look for vintage. Look for fresh credits. Why would I look for credits which date all the way 2010? That is one reality. And I'm repeating, this is Bachika. If there's any journalist, don't say climate change department said this. But we have to tell you because we are business people. Secondly, we have those people who still have good heart. For example, you can find Justin Foundation. They like the environment. They are happy people. They are generous. And for them, what they only need is to show that they are a responsible business. So Justin Foundation says, we are going to buy every ton of carbon dioxide $1. Because for us, we believe we are doing it for God's work. They are also there, but they are few. You see, that's the reality we are in. Okay, Pauline has a hand. Pauline?
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, no, I just wanted to speak to that issue of vintage and crediting and selling. And I just wanted to say that actually vintage means year. So when they say vintage 2021, they mean credits that were issued in 2021. So you can even have vintage 1970, vintage 1989. But yes, you're right in saying that most people, okay, in the Paris Agreement, because it started working at a certain date, credits that older than that date cannot be Paris Agreement compliant. So one of the reasons they prefer the newer vintage is because that vintage would be Paris Agreement compliant. Then when it comes to people that planted long time ago, for as long as there is evidence and documentation that the purpose and intention for growing or for planting was motivated by carbon finance, for example, when the project idea note had already been submitted or the letter of objection had already been given, so the intent to invest in the tree growing was because you wanted to participate in the market, those credits can actually be issued. And some buyers actually prefer those credits because that means those credits have stood the test of time and they can be verifiable. So there are very many motivations that will cause somebody to choose a certain vintage. Some people actually prefer very old vintage because then those vintages have been subjected to like 3 or 4 or 5 different verification cycles. But people who would like to be compliant with the Paris Agreement, and the majority of people prefer the newer vintages because they are compliant to the new regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauline. So, Anthony, Pauline has added a layer for you. If you planted the trees for woodlots, then you hear Lugambo on the radio, people buying the hot air, and now you want to change things. Do you have the documentation to show that the original idea was to participate in these carbon credits? So that is the dynamism we are talking about. Yes, Manch.
It triggers a question for me. We have been encouraging private natural forest owners to, especially in these developing districts, sell off their land to real estate, promising that they could get some good returns. But these natural trees are just left with, there was no intention of participating in carbon trade. So if you say, if the original intention was, that is when you have higher chances of being considered. How about our landowners who have land. I have my mother-in-law in Kalangal. She has almost a square mile of land. How can we motivate such people? Two, for me, I really thank you for inviting me to this workshop, but I haven't yet really got, as an extension worker, I don't actually understand how profitable these things are. The expense to complete the process is too high, but can you try to make it economical to me? Is it really worth for me participating? Can you use a small example? I just feel it is hectic. They have made it too impossible. And I'm wondering, is it even really profitable? Can you make me appreciate that it is profitable, worth?
I like that. Pauline, are you still online?
Yes, I'm still online.
Can you make appetite for Madame Nancha?
First, I want to respond to her first question. When Robert asked that there are two types of projects, removals and what's the other one? And avoidance. Actually, the standing forests fall under what they call avoidance. So they don't have to, I mean, you can pick, because you can pick the interest now. What the evidence required is that all other people are cutting their forests, and that is straightforward. The rest of deforestation exists, so anybody who chooses to put their forest under conservation because of carbon credits will most certainly qualify. But also Robert talked about the need for feasibility assessment. So yes, it is a very expensive, very highly technical process and so on and so forth. And there are different players that are expected to do certain things. So it is not expected that every small forest owner will register and go through all the processes and what have you. That is why they register participating entities. So if EcoTrust is a participating entity, the EcoTrust business model is that we will create a platform. I'm just suggesting we would create a platform that enables all the smallholders to just apply and join. They don't have to go through the rigor of, So we de-risk that process for us going through that rigor and having the registration done, and having the registration done. So we remove all that drudgery that is involved in participating. That is what project developers do. They don't necessarily own the land, but they put up schemes that will reduce the encumbrances or remove the encumbrances that prevent forest owners or tree planters to participate in the market. So yes, I do not, it's not even feasible for everybody with their tiny little woodlot, or even if it's 1,000 hectares of forest, to go into that alone. You will not be able to break even. And the heartache, if you have that money to participate in that market, you may as well use it to conserve the forest or grow the forest. And how profitable is it? I also do not encourage people to go into the market when the only income stream you're looking at is carbon. So you should be able to conserve these forests, and conserving a forest does not mean you cannot harvest some. You could be wanting to put it for tourism or whatever the business is. So you must have a bigger business case for which carbon credits are just one of the income streams for it to become feasible. If people don't have a vision for what they want to use the forest for, the incomes from carbon credits are really very small, whatever the business is. Even if it's cook stoves or hydropower or whatever it is. Normally, when it gives you so much, it just gives you like 10% of your total income streams. So we need to look at this as a business. We have forests. We want to use them for XYZ, but it's not economically viable. So we need an additional income stream coming from carbon credits to make the whole enterprise economically viable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope Nancha's appetite has grown. Maybe to bring it closer, when I was still active in economics of ecosystems and biodiversity, UK made one big blunder. They costed it's like you want to turn Lubiji. Today, the district of Wakiso comes and tells us Lubiji is worth 30 billion. But Chika can get 30 billion. I put it on table. Nembaga, can I pay you the 30 billion? Then I change Lubiji. But we all know Lubiji has other intrinsic value, which is not only monetary. And that's why in the benefit sharing plan, this is where all this should come in, such that you are showing my ultimate goal is not only looking at she's helping us to regulate that macro environment in Kalangala. And you know very well that the forest dynamics in our area are not like in the other area. At the same time, she can still harvest the non-timber. And like Pauline has really ticked this. I never wanted to go that way. But when we talk of reducing emissions from deforestation, we are saying don't deforestate, isn't it? Keep the forests. But there are others who have deforested. So there are other standards which will now welcome you for that avoidance. You have avoided emissions by not clear failing this forest. So what for me, I think Nanch and team, we need to do, like Pauline has said, we need to show the bigger picture and the additionality. The additionality is, in addition to keeping this standing forest, you can attract something as it continues to stand. But we shouldn't sell the narrative that keep this standing forest ultimately for this carbon. Because you see, that's how some people have ended up becoming tough. Those who have invested in some commercial crops. When the price of vanilla dropped, Imelda, people decided to get panga and just cut it down. You get me? So we don't want people to get angry because of misinformation. So someone will say, you are saying I'm keeping 30 acres for just $4,000. Let me just do clear failing. You get it? So, how do we say? We need to package. We need to package this. And that's why we are saying capacity building is critical. These forums are critical. We have people who have been in this thing who can try to tame people's appetite on how to engage in this trade. And just to complement also Pauline, we know it is not easy. Even if you would get the district forests, those local forest reserves, first they are small. You need to aggregate them, okay? You need to aggregate them to even have some meaningful impact. But those mechanisms are there. In art, you nest. Pauline has told you, there is that way where they keep on adding participating farmers. So all these are mechanisms. And me, I'm happy that this familiarization workshop, we have people who have already been engaged in these markets. They know sometimes it takes patience. But we shouldn't lose the focus that what is the goal? Remember, all of these things are additional. These are not ultimates. All these are additional. I hope I'm trying to appetize. Next, I'm not good at selling. That's the problem.
Robert, can I say something? Because she asked for examples. I just want to say that the farmers that we are working with are some of the largest suppliers of honey. They are suppliers of fuel wood to the tea estates in that Lubirizi area. So they are very, very vibrant businesses that would never have happened if they had not received that, albeit small income from carbon credits. So yes, you can make a very big business by adding carbon credits on a forestry enterprise. And Robert, even sustainable harvesting can be registered as an enterprise. So, because the thing is that, for example, if you have been losing forests at a rate of 10% annually, and then you reduce the loss to say 3% annually because you've allowed for harvesting of 3%. So you get the credits that are commensurate with, it used to be 10%, now you've reduced it to 7%, whatever the volumes are that you would have lost in the 7% is what you get for the crediting. So you cut your cloth according to your size. So there are very, very many ways. But the thing is that it becomes additional, like Robert has said, it makes sustainable land use a much more economically viable venture than if you were to do it just on your own. So yes, we have 50,000 farmers that have built houses, have actually constructed schools, they've constructed clinics on their own, simply because they came together into those businesses. But yes, it takes business, and then carbon money is not a panacea, but it makes the bigger development possible. I hope I've managed to appetize you also as well.
She's smiling now. You know, it is not easy to crack a smile from Nanja. But nonetheless, I think I like the way Pauline has done it. There are some people, you see, in Uganda, everyone wants to do a study. Someone did a study on bees, and he ran a model that if bees had disappeared, what will happen? The way my colleagues somewhere were saying, by the something, Uganda will have no forests. And I've continued to tell them, okay, models will give you whatever you want, but also there is nature. So the reality is, let's look at carbon trading as additional, not ultimate. Okay? You get other returns from additional co-benefits. Harvest the bark of the tree. You know, men are suffering with prostate cancer in Uganda. Whoever goes for operation dies nowadays. We don't know why. Many of our younger girls are having problems. They are non-timber forest products, herbs. The last time I looked at mushrooms, even they are edible mushrooms. Some of them grow in some ecosystems only. Let's look at these things. Challenges. I think all of us agree the first challenge is valid, limited understanding. A broker will come and promise you heaven and earth. He will come, he will tell you how you are missing in action. Huh? You'll be like a broker selling a Bitcoin. Have you bought a Bitcoin? Huh? They will promise you returns there and there. Huh? But we all agree there is limited understanding. And colleagues, one thing you need to know, we are shaped by global dynamics. Negotiations don't end. There are new negotiators who have joined. So you see Xavier has retired. But I've told you Xavier was the architecture of the Cancun safeguards. He made sure indigenous peoples should have a say. He made sure you should respect the national forest programs. He made sure stakeholder participation, and he left the process. As of age. On climate finance. When I left, I became annoyed. Second, integrate articles as you. Nera, in your NDC, you tell us, I intend to use Article 6 to make sure I fasten the energy transition plan. Instead of being net zero in 2065, I will be net zero in 2040. But there is a silent future. NDC accounting. Now, many of us have been undermining an item called greenhouse gas inventory. Now, in NDC accounting, that is the marking scheme. Okay? Now, our ongoing voluntary carbon projects did not have a bearing on NDC, on the greenhouse gas inventory and NDCs. Remember, these projects had their own hypothetical targets based on baselines the projects established. Now, because some man somewhere, he wants to make sure that all of you are in this thing together. Remember, they have aggregated all your emissions. When you hear us saying we should reduce global emissions by 40%, to achieve the 2-degree temperature world by 2040, or to achieve the 1.5 by 2035. They are aggregating your inventories. And what are the barriers? We all agree we are not at the same level. Pauline has been in this business for 10 years. Many of us even haven't spent a year.
20 years, Robert, not 10, 20.
I'm so sorry. 20 years. So you can see the experience Pauline has. But now you, with the 1 year, you want to earn more than Pauline. Limited source of demand.
Learn from Pauline's mistakes and bid higher. Sorry for the interruption.
Feel free. We are familiarization workshop. Limited source of demand of credits, because you know we don't have domestic demand in Uganda. One time I had this wishful thinking that instead of NSSF taking our money to Kenya to invest, NSSF also is made the appetite and it buys some credits. Then it shows that it is a green organization. But Munange, demand is still insufficient interministerial coordination. This was raised yesterday, but the assistant commissioner said they are improving. Limited engagement with the private sector. Inaccessible finance. We risk overtrading. None of you has ever asked government what is conditional, what is unconditional. Do you trade conditional? Do you trade unconditional? That is food for thought for you. Our NDC has a conditional component and unconditional component. What happens when you want to participate in the markets? Do you take the conditional? Do you take the unconditional? I look at this interaction. Methodologies, just like you know how people are modeling. We have Dr. Mboga here. I think we have almost 1,000 models now. The question I always ask myself, what happened to those other models? Why do we keep coming up with models? Yet the reality is not changing. Methodologies. Potential high cost transactions, high transaction costs, because you want to achieve credibility. Remember, for some of you who don't know, like Pauline has said, there are buyers who are interested in credits generated from communities. When you aggregate communities, there are those buyers who have that appetite for such credits. And they will buy those credits at a high price. There are buyers who are interested in technologies. They tell you, if you use a solar panel from Germany for 1 year, these hours a day in a year, you would have read 0.05 tons of carbon dioxide times 10 years. All those are dynamics in our carbon trade. Next. Why I'm here. My work is simple. accounting NDCs. As we continued to negotiate, Uganda's lead negotiator was Mr. Philip Gwage in 2014. Philip said, we don't know this animal, INDCs. Uganda is not ready. But like I've told you, fear younger negotiators. May I fear them a lot? Eh? They come with wishful thinking. This was a younger negotiator, I don't remember the country, who proposed the INDCs. Eh? I liked the English. The English was intended nationally determined contributions. By then we are suffering with the numbers. Anthony, are you part of that? We are still suffering with the numbers. So we are still talking about nationally appropriate mitigation actions. We spent 5 years understanding the numbers. 5 years. You know, I like issues of climate change. You have to be patient with the climate. As we understood the numbers, those were left in the basket. Because the US made it clear for me to accept any new legally binding instrument, there should be no differentiation, or else I pull out. It's good to be rich. Fight poverty, my friend. When you are poor, you are doomed. US put us on ransom. We had nothing to do to accept the language US wanted. And that is one of the silent future of the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement brought all of us in the Katogo. Remember, in the Kyoto Protocol, we never had commitments to reduce emissions. It was for Annex B countries. Uganda was only a participant in CDM. It never had any commitment. That's why we never cared. Whoever would come saying he's doing a CDM, we don't care. Do your work, bring technology, train our people, go away. Now Paris Agreement came, US said, China, India, to call themselves developing countries. And they want to keep the status quo. No. Accept the terminology intended nationally determined contributions. You see, Africans, we are good at pretending we know English. We say that this is just intended. Accept the language. Laissez-faire. On adoption of the Paris Agreement, when 55 parties ratified, intended disappeared. No one has ever explained to us how the I left and we remained with NDCs. The reality why NDCs have become a pain, I don't want to say behind, in the back. NDCs are for all parties. Rich, poor, middle income, upper income, all of you have to prepare NDCs. And do you want to know the killer thing in NDCs? All of you have to communicate quantified emission reduction targets. Now, in the Paris Agreement, they only differentiated between absolute and the quantified emission reduction targets. Absolute are for the developed. Quantified emission reductions are for the poor, you, the Uganda and others. But the ultimate thing, you are communicating a reduction target. What am I trying to say? Imagine a country like Uganda.
still poor, highly dependent on natural resources, never even contributed to pre-industrial emissions, was brought to commit on a reduction. What makes it also tough, they put a ratchet mechanism. Here you have to blame some of the negotiators, including some of us. The ratchet mechanism means every 5 years, if you were at 5, you don't go below 5. Now you have to go above 5. Meaning, like it or not, whether 2100, whether 2200, you have to reach net zero. Because it is a what? A ratchet mechanism. You have to show ambition. You have to show ambition over time. Parties shall account for NDCs. If you look at that paragraph, it is as short as that. Full stop. The word is parties shall account for NDCs. All of you know the meaning of the word accountability. I've given you 1,000 shillings. Tell me how you have used it. What does this mean? You have flashed an NDC and you have told us you want to reduce 24.7% below business as usual. Can you tell us what has been the basics? What have been the methodologies? What have been the assumptions you have used to tell us the 24.7%? In mathematics, we used to say, you want to conclude an answer. You are proving by induction. Now here you have to account. And what does it mean to account? Modalities, procedures, and guidelines were developed. Section A, you have to explain national circumstances and institutional arrangements, including arrangements on how you will manage ITMOs. Our authorization and transfer. Our regulation provides how we authorize ITMOs and how we account for ITMOs. Irene yesterday explained about NDC corresponding adjustments. Description of your NDC, I need to wind up. Information to track your NDC. Mitigation policies and the measures. Summary of greenhouse gas emissions and removals. Projections of greenhouse gas emissions and removals, and any other information. Now, what does this mean? That if I'm a reviewer, I don't need even to come to Uganda anymore to know how you prepared your NDC. You will have to furnish me this information. When you furnish me this information, Section E is your greenhouse gas inventory. Irene yesterday told you every after 2 years, we update. We update. So, Section E, someone will know how your emissions are changing. Section F, someone will know all your projections you are using to construct the so-called business as usual. Now, isn't that moving naked? That is moving naked. That is what they call accounting. That is why they are insisting we want you to account for the ITMOs. Some of you are saying we will transfer all our mitigation outcomes. Then you do what? Now they are able to see your inventory. They are able even to know how you have projected your business as well. They know all the parameters, all the assumptions, all the methodologies. So it is easy to tell you, you are lying us. Stoves in Uganda cannot reduce 10 million tons of carbon in 2 years. Because your inventory is telling you all emissions from energy are 4 million tons. You see the logic? You are lying. That is why when Irene emphasized corresponding adjustment, meaning if you transfer 10 million tons to UK, add 10 million tons on your inventory, UK will reduce its 10 million tons, such that they don't disorient the total aggregate global emissions. And how do they have to ensure that it is balancing modalities, procedures, and guidelines for NDC accounting? How did they get you? NDCs have become mandatory every 5 years. Like it or not, communicate. When you communicate, now they're asking you, open up. You submitted INDCs which didn't have any information. You just gave us a document. Did anyone of you look at the INDC of North Korea? It was 1 page. Some countries are interesting. 1 page. Remember, they are nationally determined. Now, they are telling you, no, we respect national sovereignty. You are free to put the NDC in any shape you want. But then they are telling you, account for your NDC. Whether it's 1 page, tell us whatever word you put in that 1 page, what does it imply? We have been joined by the country director of WWF. Please, can you join hands in welcoming the country director? You are most welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us, sir. Yes, Anthony?
Yeah, thanks so much. Just asking, based on that schema you've given, where does information on adaptation get presented? Is it in the other information? Because this one is ideally more of a mitigation kind of thing. And Uganda is the adaptation first country, as we know. So if I use this, how do I report on adaptation related mechanisms? I think I have my act somewhere.
Page 100, Article 4. Part 7. Mitigation core benefits resulting from parties' adaptation actions and/or economic diversification plans can contribute to mitigation outcomes under this article. In Article 4.7, that's where we provided for adaptation. But because NDCs cannot replace NAPs, you get me? NAPs remains the mandatory communication and adaptation. However, you can include an adaptation component in your NDC. Now, in the procedures, and guidelines. When you go to part B and you go to part C, the indicators you put in your NDC will tell us whether you are purely mitigation or you are both adaptation and mitigation. Also, the description of your NDC, you will state how you included adaptation. So it is at you. That other information is any other information you want to tell us, but does not fit within those 6 guidelines. Okay, next. That is a simple description of an NDC. An NDC should have targets and description, including target types. One question we always ask, is Uganda's NDC a multi-year target or a single-year target? Can you help us? Is it a multi-year or a single year? Hey, you people. We were studying from yesterday. So what has happened today? Is Uganda's NDC a multi-year, a single year? I don't want colleagues from climate change department to share answers. Huh? Anyone who was Uganda's NDC here? So colleagues, these documents, you are not reading them and you want to participate in the carbon markets. Hey. Who can read us Uganda's target? The 24.7, how we wrote it, tells you whether it's a multi-year or it's a single-year target. We need a lot of capacity building before even we go in carbon market. Uganda's NDC, don't ask chat about those AI things. It will rely you, it will tell you, I'm not certain of this answer. And then you scratch your head. Anyway, you were not there when we were negotiating NDCs. Now, when we say in 2030, you hear the word? In 2030, that is our target year. So we have said we will 4.7 in 2030. Please read our NDC very well. That makes it a single year target. Because the target is 20 what? And it is in. Okay? So when we write this, don't think we don't know English. We are responding to guidance. Target year, periods, whether they are single year, multi-year as applicable. I've told you the current NDC is single year. And the target year is what? 2030. Reference points, levels, baseline, base years, starting points, respectable value. Who can now help answer that one? Still, I don't want Prof. Mboga and those who have been in this money thing of NDC and CCD. We are familiarizing carbon markets. Our NDC, what was the base year? The base year was 2015, right? And why did we take the base year as 2015? The guidance is you use the base year of your latest inventory. That is when we had done our first biennial update report. So we maintained the year of the biennial update report as 2015. That's when we had 90.1 million tons. Time frame, our indices has remained a 10-year period, isn't it? Sinks and pools, you look into. I circled where life is for today. Intention to use cooperative approaches that involve the use of ITMOs under Article 6. Now, one of the questions many project developers are asking, will Uganda apply ITMOs on voluntary carbon markets? That's a tough one. But the technical way of doing it is simple. We just say, if you sniff around the end, even if you try to use other international mitigation purposes, whether you are participating in COSEA, and you want to apply corresponding adjustments, you will dance to the tune of the 10%. Okay? Any updates, clarification? That's additional report. Next, I'll end up. I know I'm standing between lunch. So how do we link NDC accounting with carbon markets in Article 6? Simply, I want to summarize and conclude by saying parties recommended that the alignment of Article 6 implementation with their NDCs and should have necessary steps to avoid double counting. Now, the reason why the issue of ITMOs has come in and the corresponding adjustments, they are saying that if you don't avoid double counting, we will have a lot of wishfulness in reducing emissions. And how have they done that? Those are the two. Green means good, red means bad. If the credit, like Pauline said, if you want to participate under the Paris Agreement, that's Article 6, you are using credits towards end, assuming that is 6.2. Also now, when you go 0.4, you want to use for other international mitigation purposes, like you have seen, you know, like airlines, every time you buy a ticket, they give you what they call expected emissions reduced. So if you want to go into business, for example, Air Uganda, if it becomes innovative and it wants to show that it's on climate, Air Uganda might want to offset every ton of carbon which would be generated when it flies you to a destination. But if it there wants to have that under the arrangement of the Paris Agreement, then corresponding adjustments will be triggered if those mitigation outcomes jump Uganda's borderline. If you don't want to dance, authorization to transfer. Therefore, you don't require corresponding adjustments. And that means your credits will be outside the Paris Agreement. And Pauline has put it well. There are buyers who still buy outside the realms of the Paris Agreement. They are there. And there, you can use those credits for voluntary target setting and use them domestically. Remember, they won't transferred. Two, you can use them in your domestic carbon pricing compliance. For example, if we have a cap and trade in Uganda, factory like Mukwano, we set a baseline for it and we say every year, Mukwano, when you are producing, you shouldn't exceed 1 ton of carbon dioxide. Okay? In Uganda, and Mukwano assuming he produces that year and it goes to 1.1 million ton of carbon dioxide. Okay? So the difference would be 0.1 ton. Then Mukwano would domestically, to comply for that excess emission, and says, okay, for this 0.1 exceeded my threshold, let me reforestate Mabira, 30 acres. Okay? That would, what that would mean. I hope this has enabled you to now put our law next and understand how these things are going to talk to each other. So as I wind up, I want to thank you very much for being a wonderful audience and having gone this journey with you. And you are free to raise some questions before I take my seat. Thank you very much.
Robert, I have my hand up and I wanted to ask a question based on that last slide you shared.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Pauline, you can ask.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Robert a question based on that last slide that he shared. Is he saying that if we are not seeking to use our credits for compliance purpose, we don't have to go through all those things that he talked about, the seeking permission to be a participating entity and submitting our PDDs and all that stuff? Or there is still a certain level of registration that we need, but not, I mean, since we are not having corresponding adjustment, we don't need permission for corresponding adjustment. I didn't quite understand the implications of this particular slide.
I can respond from here. Yes, thank you, Pauline. No, I need this. Thank you, Pauline, for this wonderful question. This slide is not talking about our law. Remember, Uganda law, when you go to authorization, Regulation 36, authorization of domestic transfer of certified emissions. So, in Uganda's law, when you are participating in carbon markets, Uganda's law apply. How does it apply? It tells you if you are participating in carbon markets in Uganda, have slide I'm presenting is the global architecture. Linkages between and guidelines. When you go to the section on report that you have used ITMOs required with the guidance we have to report that you have used ITMOs if you did not trigger authorization outside the Paris Agreement. That's simply what I was communicating in that slide. I don't know if I've made myself clear. Over.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Do you have any other reaction, comment? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Robert, for the presentation. My question is on, comes from the example that you gave us on what happened to Zimbabwe's carbon markets industry due to the regulations that they brought up. They brought up that kind of chased away these carbon market investors. And my question is, how can we balance the benefits that we hope to get from the carbon markets, as well as protecting our nationals from some of the negative externalities that can come up from these carbon trade market activities? There were some examples, a documentary I think that was done by either the BBC or one of those international media companies on the issues that were happening in Kenya with their carbon markets industry. So my question is on how can we balance these benefits and some of the issues that could arise from involving ourselves in this kind of trading?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, Uganda's regulation provides a number of incentives to project developers. Registration is the one which is charged, right? No. When you apply to participate, it's free. I think all of us want something free for the start, isn't it? That's the first incentive the regulation gave all of you. Free application. In Makerere, you pay how much to be admitted? You first pay 50,000. That's enough to take me for a week. Okay? But here, free of charge. So you can see no gatekeeping. Most countries were putting gatekeeping. Before even someone has done a feasibility to see financial viability, like you have heard from Pauline, you have already been started to face a number of hurdles. Uganda has done it differently. It's free. Secondly, by the time you are paying this approval fee, you have done a feasibility. You have already seen my investment is viable or not viable. Okay? Two, you are protected from biased verifiers. One of the things many of you don't talk about on CDM, verifiers caused a lot of nightmare for project people. You get me? This time around, verifiers are brought into compliance. Even if you come shining with an international accreditation that you are registered by Vela, you are registered by Art Trees. For you to work in Uganda, you must apply to the commissioner to work, meaning that you will be subjected to the laws of Uganda. So meaning that if you verify wrong information, you are culpable. That's protection for you. Because at the end of the day, imagine I have spent $1 million in these credits. And Anthony, because he works with a standard, maybe BCF, Anthony comes to Uganda and says, when I came in that 1 month, I looked at the documents, out of your 1 million credits, only 100,000 are what I can certify. The 900,000 doesn't make sense to me. You get me? As a verifier. This time round, he's going to be registered. Remember, in the past, CDM, they will just fly in, fly out. What they do, no one cares. Now here they are brought into compliance. So any investor who is going to work in Uganda, the law is protecting you. You see that? And the other, as opposed to the country I talked about, which was asking you to share half with you. Here, they are telling you that after you have verified that you have reduced these tons of carbon and your standard, whether from the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, whether Plan Vivo, Vera, Art, and now you want to you have being charged after business case. You have already done what? You have already gotten certified emission reduction, but you want to transfer them such that you retire them in a better market, assuming. Still, isn't that incentivizing you more? That have moved with you in all this journey up to certification. But at certification, when you are selling these dollars, me, I simply charge you 10% of the eating. I think also that is incentivized. So the regulations in this current form, I think they are protecting, providing an enabling place, and especially guaranteeing investor confidence. The best way you can guarantee me that my return is viable is when you are charging me at profit. You are not charging me at working capital. So that is what it means. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Robert, for. Okay, yes, Gusta.
Thank you, Robert, for that presentation. And I like the fact that you use the teasing approach to tease the as in us so that we participate. I hope you respond to my question, largely because I've been in and out for asking this question. In your first slide or second slide, you did mention that there are over 9,000 pipeline okay. Project that is this is in Mount Elgon, it is in Hoima, it is in Rwenzori region, and those are the areas that it covers. My question is, does the government of Uganda recognize the planting? It is a carbon, it is oriented towards carbon sequestration, and therefore it mainly plants trees and regenerates vegetation. Does the government of Uganda recognize this project and the new climate change regulations? I thank you.
Thank you, Gusta. The last question, I will reserve it for Commissioner. The first question, 9,000 pipeline projects. These were not differentiated. I can't lie that I have a database of the 9,000. But I said, currently, there are 9,000 pipeline projects, and all these are under voluntary carbon markets. And I said around 45% of these 9,000 projects are under VERA. Then I said around, is it 30, 34, 35 are under gold standard. I was giving you the picture that even you, as you are celebrating that you have you have legislated for carbon, we already pipelines moving. Commissioner yesterday said the ongoing projects will be brought into compliance, isn't it? And in this law, which I always want to read the verbatim, you see, Rose, when you go to general section, one council told me always to read the general section of the law. Regulation 45, Transition of Climate Change Mechanism Project. a climate change mechanism approval before the commencement of these regulations. Up to 31st December of 2027, you have 2.5 years, isn't it? But the condition is simple. You should have been granted. If you are not granted, then you automatic compliance. Eh? So your question is, are some of the projects part of that? So if there are projects which are running, yes, they can be part of the 9,000. If we don't have anything under those standards, as I've said, then we might not be among the 9,000. Thank you very much.
Justin.
Thank you, Robert, for the presentation. So the climate change, the regulations give roles to sector agencies and also districts to provide letters of recommendation or support to accompany the application for approval of a climate change mechanism project. Now, in the event, or are there cases whereby the same, district itself would express interest or take up interest in developing their own carbon project? Are such instances seen before, and is that accepted? And in that case, who would provide the letter of recommendation? I'm also seeing a case where NFA had a CDM project, and now that NFA is being transferred to the same ministry that now provides, under the jurisdiction of the minister, and they would wish to continue with this carbon project now in form of, the new mechanisms. How is that possible?
I have seen from
Yeah. Then the commissioner throughout all the districts. But up to now, like I was in Buyuko. Thank you.
Robert, you can respond to those two.
Start with the district natural resource from Buyukwe, Moses. Yes, Moses, it is true that it is not easy to know what is happening in real time until you consolidate reports. But what is factual is there are a number of ongoing voluntary carbon related projects. And yesterday, Irene said 9 compliance projects. Those that were under the clean development mechanism have been transitioned. No, I've requested for transition. So once I think the register has been updated, or when more information is consolidated, there will be sufficient information on what projects are running. But Pauline online, like I've heard, she has been running for the last 10 years a voluntary carbon project. but I know it is basically her area of work has been southwestern Uganda and some few districts. Pauline, are you still online? I think she dropped.
No, yes, I'm still online.
Please, can you remind us your project areas?
Yeah, well, we are registered to work all over the country, but we are currently working in the Albertine Rift, Mount Elgon, and northern Uganda. And yeah, and it's specifically for smallholder farmers. And Robert, it's 20 years, not 10.
I'm sorry, Pauline, you need
Actually,
to.
now it's 22, not 10.
So you can see, Moses, we have projects which have been here for 22 years. And you know the dynamics why central districts have when it comes to land-based projects. Now, to my neighbor, lead agencies and lead agency authorization. I think like any other law in Uganda, the way the law works is also dictated with the circumstances around it. For now, since there has not been such an occurrence of where the lead agents, actually you are speaking the same thing I said yesterday, that we might risk a situation where a lead agency like Wakiso is the project proponent, then is the lead agency, they have to recommend themselves, then they have to measure their own emissions, and they have to look for verify and validate. But we haven't so far got that experience, and we pray that it doesn't come because it might a number of things. That's what I can say for now. Over to you, Chair.
I think moderator is a bit busy, but I also wanted to say something. So I don't know who can now allow me.
Okay, maybe before you say something, I already had the mic. Is it okay to say something? Thank you, Tashovia, for accepting. Mine is on the participating smallholder farmers. The last time we were in a meeting, it was raised that there is a possibility of exploiting the participating farmers, especially when it comes to carbon measurement. What is the what is in plan for the ministry to prepare the local governments to do extension services, especially supporting the smallholder farmers, especially in measuring the carbon that they are going to trade or maybe to collaborate with participating entities? Thank you.
I hope Robert has taken note. Let's have Crispus, please.
Okay, thank you. And again, this session that we went through was very vibrant, stable with online participation. So we appreciate. I just thought I can also add my voice on the many that have already spoken. The first one is, and here I just want to tentatively wear the shoes of a developer. So this is the developer's perspective. Because I've been there and I'm happy I've had my colleague online that was a developer. And she is up to now. Now, the perspective that I'm bringing on board is straight away from the clean cooking segment. I want to, for me, I would like to array fears of the many. First of and foremost, there are iniquities in developing a project. The regulations are here to guide, but if you intend to develop the project, I just want to array your fear. Those are some of the questions that have been, coming up. How do I do ABCD? I just want to array most of our fears that the consultants that we shall hire to support us in the project development, then we'll be able to address most of these. Number two, whereas the carbon is here for us, for me, I say it is not for everyone. The carbon is not for everyone. You must have enough, and I'm using the word in quotes, enough, to make sure that you participate in carbon. Someone mentioned it, that carbon should not, the sumumbum, the ultimate goal. It should not be your main thing. And you're saying the carbon, now I am done. The carbon is just an addition of what you already done. Maybe you have an activity that you're doing and you feel by including in the carbon, then you are able to raise more revenues, maybe which can be used to do some other activities that you wouldn't have done if you did not participate in the carbon space. So that said and done, I would say, yes, let's get ready, but it's not for everyone that wants to participate. Then again, I had my colleague saying, someone mentioning about doing extension services, something like that. Again, it puts, it shoots within what I've already said. Even when we want our own, everyone to be mobilized and, participate in the carbon, still, it comes back to what I've said. Not everyone, we must make sure that the projects we are going to qualify under it can be able to generate enough credits that can attract investors who are going to come and buy them. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause to the presenter. Thank you so much, Robert, for delivering the presentation and responding to all the comments, and to all the participants that have made reflections, shared experience. I know from here we've also picked the practical bit, and we've noted that this trade to participate, it is highly technical and expensive. So the integrated kind of approach is going to be very important, but also working as a team, as a group. Of course, that means you have to collaborate with the people at a higher tier, like like Pauline said, if there is a technical person, they can register to help now the community farmers to benefit. Of course, that has been a big issue. Most people have been asking, if I have my forest, how do I benefit? I hope today that has been answered. And moving forward, you will continue to spread and guide others on how they can benefit from this trade. So this brings us to our last agenda item, the second last before lunch. I want to thank you on behalf of Emily, Environmental Management for Livelihood Improvement, that has organized this event in collaboration with the Climate Change Department of the Ministry of Water and Environment, but also with financial support from WWF and Velax Foundation. We are so grateful to WWF for the support that you've extended through Emily to convene and support government in the dissemination. Yesterday, they acknowledged that this serves as the first of the dissemination engagements that they are yet to convene. So I want to thank you so much and recognize the presence of the country director, WWF, Uganda Country Office. On this note, I know there are so many emerging issues that you've captured. I will not go into each of them. I know you've taken note, but the critical area has been capacity development, especially at the district level, and also ensuring that we engage the district in mobilizing finance to be able to facilitate them while they gather the relevant data that we need to feed into the MRV tool that is housed by the Climate Change Department, because it was noted that focus is more at a ministerial, you've done trainings with ministries, but the district level is missing out. So that is one of the key points. And also dissemination, a proposal that this should really be more emphasized to ensure that it goes to the lower tier, the subnational level. So I want to thank you so much once again and welcome Ms. Scovia Accord to do the closure on behalf of the Climate Change Department, and she will invite the country director, WWF. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much and good afternoon to everyone. Yes, my name is Scovia Court. I work with the Climate Change Department, and I would like to take this opportunity here to thank, first of all the participants in this room. I think we've been very dedicated from day one, and we really, really appreciate your dedication, your participation here. I think is a demonstration that we are ready. We are ready to support our people. We come from various institutions. It's not by mistake that you're here. I think the selection has been very intentional because you're the experts. I think this is the first entry point to reach out first to the people that have the closest understanding to the subject, and then we can proceed from there. And like Emily mentioned earlier, this is our start. We also did commit yesterday that this is the first move towards making sure that we understand the regulations, but we are also prepared to benefit from the carbon markets. I think Robert and Irene yesterday indicated that you will be asked, where is this market? So possibly that is from a layman's perspective, but also from the technical perspective, we need to prepare our people. And I think we are the best suited persons in this room. So my call to action, first of all, to the participants is that this is the beginning. You have the regulations, you have our contacts, you know the Ministry of Water and Environment. Most of you work with us on a day-to-day basis. let us collaborate to ensure that this information is packaged in a way that can benefit the people that do not understand this language. And I think that has been the message in this room as well. As we commit to production of guidelines that are simplified and easy to use by everyone, we also welcome your support to ensure that we do this together and we do it well. I want to also take this opportunity to thank all the people that participated or supported the development of these regulations. We really appreciate your effort. And this is just the beginning again. We shall still call on you, and we urge you to keep your doors open for us. I just want to finally extend my appreciation to Emily, first of all. Emily has been our friend. I think that is the right word to use. And they always step in when we need that kind of support. So we want to appreciate Emily, and we're saying that, yes, you've helped us today, and I know you've already committed to continue with this journey. So we look forward to that kind of friendship and collaboration. In a special way, I want to thank WWF and Velax Foundation for your financial support. We are in very tough times, and I think if you're in this landscape, you'll hear the language, the geopolitics, and the corners around. So if you're able to mobilize resources and still think of government, I think we can't say anything more than saying we are really, really, really grateful for your support, and we look forward to potential further collaborations, well, on this and on other subjects. Thank you very much. And on this note, I just want to welcome our country director for WWF to do the final closing. Christine, am I right? Yes. So Mr. Ian, please, you're welcome to address Ivan. I'm sorry. I missed the V. Yes, you're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It's a privilege to be here this afternoon to join you on this occasion when we are closing this important gathering that has been seeking to popularize the climate change mechanism regulations. For those who have been across this journey, it's a journey that everybody has been looking towards. The promise says that, oh, you wait, we are working on it. You wait, year passes. No, it has reached here. But I'm glad that finally it was done, and I want to congratulate the ministry leadership and all stakeholders that have worked together to make these regulations passed and approved. As WWF Uganda, it's really a privilege and honor to be part of this journey. When the initial consultations were being done, and at some point we really were concerned. Then we saw the journey moving forward until when it was finally gazetted. I would like again to thank the leadership of Emily, led by Robert and team that has organized this important gathering together with the ministry leadership, of course. As WWF, the Division of our natural environment and establish a future where these regulations are going to further our work in a couple of projects and programs that we have in Uganda, specifically the have seen our investment of communities and local leaders restore created in around where we are working. We see communities benefit because these are communities, and we want to continue to advance ways in which we can see them benefit. From time to time, when we meet farmers that work with in the urban and landscape and all the other areas where we are working, they keep asking us, so will my tree generate me benefits beyond the wood products? We keep hearing about carbon. We keep hearing about benefits. How come for us we haven't benefited? And I'm glad that my sister Pauline has been part of this conversation and other stakeholders here. I think the call on us who are here represented is to move this message beyond Kampala, that we are able to popularize these guidelines and seek ways in which many more people can benefit. Many more people can see incentives that contribute to reducing reductions of the greenhouses. Most of our projects, they work around that, be it on clean energy, be it on fresh water, as well as restoration of wildlife habitats. And we are looking forward to ways in which we can coalesce ourselves, making sure that we are speaking with one voice, that will rally more people towards actualizing of these guidelines. And part of that, and I'm glad that the commitment from Emily and ourselves and other stakeholders here, that we want to make sure that this message goes to the community level, that communities are engaged, communities can see the value, so that we are moving away from just doing things for short term, but basically we are investing for long term to make sure that we have sustainable ecosystems where we are working. I didn't see colleagues from NFA. Maybe we have. Do we have representative from NFA? Okay. So, but it's a journey we want to work together so that make sure we are not leaving anyone behind. Because we acknowledge that, yes, we benefit from the leadership of the ministry, and not only the Ministry of Water and Environment, but also actually the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, to make sure that all these issues that we are seeking to address, that we are taking them collectively and making sure that indeed these guidelines are not just paper, but actually they are seeing light of the day, that we are seeing more benefits. And at this note, I want to thank everybody that has created time to be here. Seeing everybody here, I missed yesterday, but seeing everybody in this room concentrating up this time, it's a testament that indeed we are looking forward to see this. The call from my part and behalf of my colleagues at WWF is see that we walk this journey together to make sure that we are not only stopping the global warming and making contribution as Uganda, but also seeing that more people are involved, are engaged, and together possible. I would like to take this opportunity to close this meeting officially. Thank you.